So, okay, I'm back. This should be a little easier today. I'm in the second phase. I don't know how long this live is gonna be, but I made it in. At least I'm here. So now you have an idea of what I'm doing. You have an idea about my work. I am an astrologer, professional, psychic. I know what's going on, the latest or newest piece of information, of course. I love sharing what I know with everyone, and I'm getting accustomed to responding and receiving visitors. So I do appreciate your comments. I appreciate your as you're participating in the conversations, even if it's for a little bit or for a little while. Thank you so much, and we'll continue to do the work that we're trying to do and help you be a part of it. Mhm. So we had a very productive, very busy morning. 6 a.m. seems to work. Uh, yeah, I've been coming on at 10 a.m. till like 2. I don't know. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna just kind of have to see how it plays out. Hopefully, I can kind of hang out. Hello, hi. I'm back in. I was here this morning, so I said, give me an hour. So I wanted to hold true. I just signed in, and um, of course, I work in between these times, but for the most part, I'm available. I've had the opportunity to answer or respond to people in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, you all are beginning to interact with me more, so I appreciate it. Thank you. It makes the live fun. I do like just talking about me as well. I'm chatty, but yeah, I do give answers or direct answers. So I will respond to you or answer, I guess. If you're looking for that, that's what you're looking for. Um, yes, this week is bizarre. I mean, everyone is trying to get to where they're going. I'm trying to guide them to go that direction, to keep forward in the direction of, because they're so close to getting everything that they want. The world is opening up to them. They're getting everything that they ever wanted. But yeah, some cases, people are like, they want a very specific thing. So that becomes a bit where in my abilities, we're trying to see how that can manifest, I guess. Like how, if it's possible, sure. Anyways, we're continuing on with the journey. Hi, hello, welcome. Let's see what we've got here. Yeah, we're doing a lot today. I know I'm going a little hard with the lives. I don't know if there's a frequency requirement. I just like to come in live. I'm just enjoying myself, okay? I don't mind coming in. So I'm like, yeah, let me go live. Let me have a good time. So it's like, gosh, you don't have to go live every day. I know, but I'm having fun because it's not a dopamine thing. I promise. It's more like it's like finally, people are saying at least hi. So yeah. Anyways, I do have a lot to talk about, but being that I go to live so frequently, I I already said it. But if somebody brings it up, I certainly will go into that conversation. Um, I like my life to sort of be like, kind of like, do what you want to do. You want to hang out? Let's hang out. Want to talk? Let's chat. I want it to kind of be like that. Um, I have a little, kind of like a skill. I do have a skill that, I do it every day. Like it's just what I do. But I don't necessarily need to make the conversations about that. So it's not me just always talking to you, talking up at you. It doesn't have to be like that, okay? um, Let me see. Oh yeah, that represents the trifecta. It represents trifecta. The trifecta, and also the loop in between, we woven in between represents the covenant specifically. So it's like the trifecta with the covenant. In my mind, it's like the triangle inside a circle. But yeah, it just sort of like interwoven around the triangle, which also, some people say the triangle represents the elements, but we know that it represents fire. It represents fire, I mean, if you talk about symbols, but with the ring around, the ring circles represent covenant. Like if you have the star, right? You can just have the star, but like whenever they express, the center of the apple, when you cut it, when you cut fruit, right down the center, you see a star and a circle around it. But the circle itself is like represents covenant. So, and then the trifecta, if you know what a trifecta is, okay. So yeah, this is what I do. If it's a little nerdy, weird. I go trifecta, trifecta. Yeah, yeah. It's it's I know it's stupid, but it's satire, kind of like cult like it's the satire play on the occult. And then it's trifecta, yes, trifecta, trifecta, yes, trifecta, trifecta. But yeah, it's just a little funny. Of course, you know what trifecta is. A trifecta is when one of the governmental branches is in control of all three power structures, the structures of government. What else? What else? What else? But the Trinity, which is what I'm playing off of, which is that's kind of like the last piece, is that it represents the Trinity. Yeah. Hence the circle, the covenant. Yeah, yeah, I love. Oh, if you like symbols, like metaphysical symbols or abstract symbols or universal symbols, I think you and I would have great conversations. Yeah, I like yeah, well, this guy's mastered him. Okay, first of all, my sending is Gemini. So if you're trying to make me feel uncomfortable by not talking to me, and I was also raised an only child. And when I was being punished, I would literally create toys with my hands. I would literally go vroom or vroom. Like you cannot punish me by isolating me. That's not going to work with this, this. guy. Okay, just heads up. Uh, I'm highly imaginative, and I'm also in borderline spirit world and the secular world. By the way, don't try to scam me or anything because it's not polite to try to get over a wizard. Like I am very good in the secular world. I mean, on paper. So don't try anything funny. Don't get too smart, sweetie. But I am highly attracted to that other world that is invisible. Yes, without making it sound spooky and weird. Also, I do this for a living, so that's where in my world both meet because yeah, I have to understand where you all are coming from when you ask me very much important questions. Even in conversations, I feel like, by the way, heads up, I feel like I'm talking to myself even in conversations because you all never really give insight or commentary to the conversation because I'm gonna be honest, you want to know so much. So I end up being the only one talking anyway. And the last thing I want to do, I would love to be the one that can just cross the legs and be like, "Ooh, you're so smart." But I'm the one doing the talking. Even amongst smart, even if the person is college, university educated, and their CEO, they're like, you tell me, what do you think? They never contribute. I talk to you. So I'm used to people, literally strangers, contacting me and telling me, it's like, what do you see for me? That's it. And like, I just kind of just wanted to see what's upcoming. And then I talk, and even if I like try to invite them into conversation, they're like, I'm just listening, and they're like, and this can go on for an over an hour of me just talking to them, and I'm like, please be right, universe. Please, spirits, only give me the right information that this person can understand and know that it's about themselves. So I'm used to speaking about you for over an hour where you say nothing. And yes, you all are like, they are like professors, they're presidents of universities, you know, like they know how this world works. So they would know if I was not connected. If I wasn't connected or something, they would tell me straight away. It would no problem, right? So very scientific minds. Because you all don't contribute to the conversation, I just learned to like, well, I might as well start having fun by myself. It's kind of like when I go out, and I'm walking, in the wilderness and no one wants to interact, wherever. Guess what? I start sightseeing. I start seeing, around, looking around. Ooh, there's a hawk. There's a red-tailed fox. There's deer. So yeah, you guys kind of get lost, okay? I'm just saying. So if you want to, you know, communicate, don't, rather than picking at me or picking at, my hair or whatever, just be genuinely ask and be sincere, or raise questions and uh, bring conversations that interest you. And then I would love that if you're able. uh, yeah, it says life only got worse. Oh boy, it says you studying the occult. Ooh, I'm too dumb to give it up though. Yeah, that's the thing. If you, it's not so much the information. It's like when you are becoming known for that, and it becomes regular, like it's a regular practice. People get kind of funny around you. People make it difficult, like you said. In my case, which I was warned, my folks, tried to, like my guardians at the time, tried to protect me from that gift. And they were telling me, well, I don't want you to be exploited. I don't want the government to take you. And so I would never have really made it into those, though I like, okay, like, what's it called? Uh, like those programs for like gifted. Yeah, I would not have gotten there. Now I was picked up by a school, and then a school, and my parents were always fighting with them for one reason or another. And the school would be accommodating just to let, because they enjoyed my company so much and I enjoyed them teaching me. So I was picked up by a school that was private, and I remember certain things, and I remember like having to be tested twice over in many cases because they're saying, how did you do that? How did you get these answers? So I remember that growing up, but my parents were like, we don't want you being studied by the government, which, by the way, it's kind of like they knew where my life was headed. You know how parents know like what you're gonna do? That's what mine were like. Mine knew that, oh gosh, you're gonna grow up, you better pay your taxes, you're gonna be audited. You know, like they knew every like my road when it was serious, like professionally, like you're gonna be doing that kind of work. And I didn't quite know all the words for it, but it's like, card reading. Um, and I didn't know how do you teach that? They're like, my parents are like cool, like so like they listen to music, they know everybody, they just in the regular world. But I had to like live with the fact, like my parents know, they know how to like ignore certain spiritual things, which I could not, like ghosts that touched. I had to explain that, growing up, and it was just a lot of craziness. But until I met the right people who had the words to give to me so I could part way be able to explain what I'm experiencing and what I think I'm interested in. So anyway, today it's exactly that. So whenever, okay, so I'm part of like top notch psychic companies. Like okay, so there's five famous psychics and I work with their clients. So I'm like right here. And so I work with their clients along with other, psychics that I guess other psychics that they've selected, and, things like that. And yes, they do keep a very keen eye on I feel like they do on me. They can get weird, very creepy weird, like black suit weird, um, but I'm being better at, protecting my space from the inner space, because these people are on the inside because I need them, right? They're not like strangers, like neighbors, so, so I have a healthy handle on it. It's not messing me up, and I also stay out of the occult activities. I might represent a cult, but I stay out of the occult activities. I don't get involved, and I keep it at bay. I've been able to keep it at bay for now. Eventually, well, right now I'm channeling. Okay, but it forces me to be extra responsible, so I am wanting to channel my integrity for this gift and metaphysics and any topic other than, I mean, even besides spiritual stuff. We can talk about other things too, like how's the weather, whatever, what's going on in the world, into my YouTube channel, which I want to be my website, kind of like my go-to place where you can find me anywhere, anytime. I'm right here. You got problem with what I'm doing, just like chat in the chat box. Eventually, now I do know how to invite people onto my stream. So yeah, you'll be able to tell me like, hey, what's going on with this? Like, oh, I'm interested in venues, by the way. So this is going to allow me to have live venues. Okay. I know. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet now. I think I said a lot. Yeah, that gate program. I would not have been allowed to join that gate program, but I remember some of the experience of that program. I actually do, and because I remember falling in love with the sound, not the man himself, but the voice. They was so hypnotic to me, and I would get the answers right because it was like, and all the, do you hear this sound? Yeah, I did that, but they didn't call it a date program. They just put me over to this table, made me listen, and that was before that school contacted me. Yeah, yeah. That's how they tested me. They pulled me to the side and had me come in like 30 minutes early to class. Like, why you gotta go in early? The other kids don't have to. That was my grandparents. The other kids ain't gotta go up that early. Well, I gotta get up that early and drive you there. Did you think about that? Well, I'm gonna talk to them. Why you gotta go to school so early? School don't start till 8. They want you there at 7. That's because they were testing me. And sometimes I couldn't tell my parents that, well, I'm getting extracurricular stuff. I would just say, well, it's kind of mandatory. I just say like, well, they told me they pass it on to you. You told me to give you every message, every letter. I'm just passing on the message. But they were like, why? Why? Like, did you tell them you want to come in early? Like, of course not. You know, no. So they get me there early, and next thing I know, I'd be having all these like mathematic tests, and they would teach me like a process, and I would like pick up on it right away. Yeah. Remote viewing, by the way, which I do today. That's what I do for a living. I remote view for people. In fact, there's a group. See, if I were on my studio, I'd bring up his website. But he's law enforcement, and when I met him, he said, "Yeah, I get paid to kill people." Well, I'm retired now because he worked for the government type police officer. But that's what he did. And so he wanted to combine law enforcement. He has cadaver dogs. He has the airplane, everything. Scuba divers for the lakes, and it's global. He's working with other law enforcement globally, basically. But he combines the talents and skills of a psychic, um, and with law enforcement. And guess what? He doesn't believe that psychics should be paid. He doesn't believe in that. So what he does, so you have to actually pay dues to be a part of this team. Yeah, you got to pay to be part of the team. And he sends like this. It's like okay, we do psychic profiling. And so it has like, like descriptions and what's happening and location. And you just try to be as descriptive as possible. And then you email it back to him. So I was a part of that for a while. But then people would call, and they would, of course, people started asking me to remote view for the craziest things like, where's my boyfriend? you know? So he left in our car, but I saw our car is parked. Is he driving around with so and so or with another person, and where? That kind of thing. Or or is she at the house right now? That kind of thing. So remote viewing for those purposes. But yes, I do remote view. Or somebody lost their keys in their big house, upstairs, downstairs, where? Far left, living room. Okay, got them. They were in the sofa. Yeah, so remote viewing is very much a part of the work. Clairvoyancy, my gift that connects me with depth, like when I'm connected to everything, is claircognizant. Claircognizant is it's the ability, like finding knowledge before you research it, and then what you find, you kind of know where to research. And I use that a lot in university to like write, especially like researching for essays. The first time that I pulled this off, they said, "How do you know?" Because I thought they said, "Well, authors, they make predictions, and you kind of know what the author is going to say." When they teach you all that. So I took that literal, being that I grew up as a psychic, and when I was in my youth, I was part of a program called Opera, Organization Psychic Education Research Association. So and also had took up roles there and things like that. I've been the treasurer and the secretary as like around like 18, 19 years of age. Um, so that's what inspired me to begin nonprofits and to get into like what way will I contribute to the community someday. So it made me really think about that. So I think I figured out the way that I'm going to give back, what contribute to humanity, which has a lot to do with venues someday, someday. Um, yeah. So yeah, that's just a lot, that I've learned. But claircognizant is something that I picked up, um, and it's been very useful. I use it also, like around this time, I'm very claircognizant. Around like as we approach August 15th, I begin to get additional knowledge. I don't know if it's this one. Is it in this one? Oh yeah, it is. So this is what I got front through claircognizance. This is formulas. Can you see it? It's in mathematical equations. This is it's the limits, and it's you can look at differentiation. It's consecutive numbers. Yeah. So and then this is like formulae. It becomes like it goes. Yeah, it gets kind of nutty. But I did an entire live about that. I don't want to bore you. People said that I talk about myself too much, and all you have to do is give me something other than myself to talk about. hmm hmm But people are like, you talk about yourself, but yet when anybody who talks with me, all they're doing is talking. They only want me to talk about them. It's not that I talk about myself too much. People are only interested in me talking about them. If I'm not talking about them, they're like, you talk about yourself too much. I'm like, less self, you know, you know, what they call it? They call it, self-involvement. You're very much invested in yourself. So, anyways, um, yeah. So, yeah, that's the rundown. But I love astrology, and I love the tarot cards, which, these are symbols. Like I said, I love universal symbols. I love the spiritual things. I don't want to be part of any kind of like sex group or cults. I don't want to be a part of, I don't want to create any like earth god, like guru type circles. I stay out of all of that. Um, my path, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be singular, but I'm also going to align myself with a purpose, and that uh, everything that everyone else is getting, other people will get too. So yeah, you will have that ability to. Of course, you have the ability to ask questions, or it don't have to make it into a psychic conversation. By the way, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just saying, eventually, where my work is going, because I already am part of major companies, so under my belt. So as I'm working to bring this into YouTube, yes, you will be able to, of course, work directly with me. I already know how we're going to talk. Everything is going to be through YouTube. So yeah, I'm not. That's why I'm not saying, "Hey, if you PayPal me now, I'll read for you." That's why I'm. Not, I'm why I'm not saying that. I already have clients So what I want to do is I want to grow the channel. I want the channel definitely to reach the 4,000 watch hours. That's because they have features that I can't even see until I reach 4,000 watch hours. So I can't give to you more uh, things that I can do because I don't have the features yet. I have to unlock those features. So I thank you for being very giving in that way. You're being very giving by lending your time, and I say thank you. Yes. Um, and by the way, the live has just started to jump. So if you're waiting for like floods of comments, that's someday. That's getting ready to happen. It's getting better. You all are starting to, I guess, feel more comfortable saying whatever you're going to say to me, um, and know that you're still received. I'm inviting you in a, and I'm a warm person, and I, oh yeah, I only read celebrities who I think are worthy. I don't really go looking for. So I'm not going to use my abilities to go find out like what people are doing in their jail cell. Because be honest with you, I mean, I just don't want to connect with that energy. Um, and plus size, so many other people are talking about those things. And I'm not talking about any celebrity specific. I'm just saying I'm not really not interested in celebrities' lives. And I also like to speak about more like, so if I speak about celebrities or well-known people, like public figures, it's going to be like political figures. It'd be like the president. It would be like somebody's prime minister and something like that. And basically, if I do that, that means there's a psychic prophecy afoot. That means something psychic in the world, something metaphysical, and it's prophetic is happening. So I don't just like randomly, let's just see what's going on in so and so's backyard, some president's backyard or some diplomat. That's not going to be this channel. I'm not going to do that. Or somebody like you don't even know. Like I'm bringing up somebody like, who is this person again? I'm not going to do that. So I will sort of talk about other things because there's other things to talk about. And yes, if you just in case you're wondering, I do know what's going on socially, like in a normative way. I know what's going on in the communities. I know that there are battles, but one thing I'm applauding since this year, the temperature so far as, let's say, we may give a little bit race discussion. I'm so proud because I'm seeing far less complaints with that. I'm seeing more conversations of let's fix it now. I'm seeing more unity and more coming together. I'm seeing more honesty, things like that. Like I'm also seeing some humanitarian things, regardless of what we think how things should have gone under the current circumstances. My belief is my fiery self is saying don't wait for 4 years to improve to get better. Get better right now. Exercise, do your mental push-ups or literal push-ups. Slim down in your negative thinking, slim down physically too. But don't wait 4 years to do it. Do it right now. So I am very much like that. So I'm like, again, life gives you lemons. Now, I don't need to make lemonade with lemons. I love lemons. I love lemons. I love lime. I love, love, love it all, right? But you know the saying, if life when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. So there you have it. Like you may not like the condition, but that condition give you money. Don't turn around. Don't turn away that money because somebody's saying, "See, you want you changing. You better get that money. Who told you? See, who and when they ever told you to turn away? I know that every money isn't good money, but if that money is consistent, hold on. If that money is consistent and you actually like the job, but you don't like the circumstance, but you like the job and the job wants to pay you more, the circumstances has caused your job to pay you more, you know, like don't what do you call it? Not start like don't work, even though that's going to be illegal, and then illegalizing that in some way. What, you gonna be homeless? Or because you like, oh no, I can't. Circumstances created where I'm gonna be paid more money, and you have your ancestors telling you, who told you to not get, they're gonna give you money? Take the money anyway. You can despise the circumstance and collect your money at the same time. You can complain on the way there, on the way to the bank, I'm saying. So I like the idea that they're taking a look at, okay, yes, um, obviously we have the Second Amendment, but who is dangerous with they're utilizing the Second Amendment, but who's abusing it? So I like the fact that they're now beginning to look under the they call it the microscope, magnifying glass. And so I do like that idea. So I do know what's going on, and I absolutely 1,000%. But I am spiritual, so I speak to the spiritual, and I don't say things because it feels good to me. Obviously, you hear the way I'm speaking, and you're aware of my tone. You know what I'm speaking to, even though I'm being what's the word? Androgynous in my speech, however that is. It's not the word that is used. I used it in the wrong way, but you know what I mean. I'm not being specific, but you can tell like the subtle hints what I'm speaking to. So, but if if that conversation is ever opened, yeah, I can actually speak to those deeper subjects, things that are happening outside of the door. hmm But oh, and oh, this is another part that a lot of people I don't think they know. I do read, or I have lives where I discuss, like, the scriptures. I love the Bhagavad Gita, that's the Hindu Bible as well. So I do have lives where I do discuss more like Christian based, because being that there are, like when you say religion, what do you mean specifically? So like Abrahamic texts or Old Testament texts, New Testament texts, that's the Greek. Yes, I do speak on those subjects as well as the Hindu Bible, for various reasons. I'm gonna try not to go too much into that today. I was thinking about, I was like, should I go live and read from the Bhagavad Gita today? But when I do that, I like to go live on my studio so I can bring up the scriptures so then we can read it together. So I'm like, look, it's right here. I'm not making it up, so we can read it together. What I like to do with it, with the scriptures though, like let's say if I read you the Bible, what would be my intentions to read the Bible? If I read the Bible, that means I'm healing something metaphysically. I'm healing information metaphysically. So like I like to clean up people's interpretation of the Bible per se. So that's the times that I read the Bible. And then the Bhagavad Gita, I like to read the Bible because it opens the mind, to what scriptures mean. Like it gives that deeper, like soul information that I can connect with, and then when I read scriptures, the understanding is profound. So yeah, that's just a little bit about me, but there's also even more things I like to talk about that I'm declining to discuss them until I reach 4,000 watch hours. When I reach 4,000 watch hours, then I will start studying it. But I already know that it's legit metaphysical works, and they're in volumes, by the way. Volumes. Yeah, so we have a lot of new things that even I'm going to learn for the first time with you all. As I'm sharing it with you, I'm going to be learning it as well. And that should be fascinating. But that's at 4,000 watch hours. Along with talking about whatever, anything in the world under the sun you want to talk about. Obviously, I like to talk about like lighter things. Um, and, if people were to ask I guess, my opinion on things, well, you already know, if, let's say, uh, like the occult subject. You know how I feel about it, and but like when I talk about it, I can also explain why I don't care for like gurus, for example. Gurus contact me, by the way. Yeah, they contact me all the time. And but they always one thing I know about gurus is that they brag to me a lot. They're like, besides I'm spiritual too. All psychics who contact me say that. Yeah, regards to. But gurus will say, I have a million followers. They're like that. Like I have 4 million people. Basically, the government is scared of me because of my influence. So they make that a big deal. And but I'm like, in my light, I'm like, I'm not gonna be recruited into that. I will become the desire of your eyes. So I know that already. I've already, wrestled with demons. I don't I know that I need to have my own space. Even if, okay, I don't have for an entire country, see me as a guru like that, not like that, like the way that they are. But I don't want that. I would never love that. There's somebody who contacted me every time that I'm on, and like people who are in that situation, like they think that they know the person, and besides, know I guess the spiritual person in the group, the one that's, I guess, the leader. And I had to like inform them. I said, actually, this is basically like I 36 days and also 7 days a week. I'm made myself available. So like this is no big deal. We're in high spirits. We're energetically ready. We're like, why are you here? You're the one who called. So I had to like, but the person, I know their feelings are hurt, but see, I don't want to be controlled. I wouldn't want to be a spiritual leader, like a guru, and then like people like controlling me. The spiritual guru ends up being controlled, and they also become, unfortunately, do I say unfortunately? They, be put to sleep permanently, if you know what I mean. Um, like there's gurus or teachers, but it even happens to psychics who get into relationships that they we're human too, when we want relationships, but yeah, it's unhealthy relationships where they end up getting put to sleep, things like that, like, and then of course, when people are tapping into my light, they do start having this sort of, it's like this movies playing in their head, and I never would trust that type of connection. So um because I work so hard to get to a place where I can come into my home and shut the door and bolt it and lock it up, and come right back to back in the back, close the door, and hear myself, hear my thoughts. I work very hard to be able to do that. as opposed to people who are like become obsessed with the occult symbols and things. So we don't want that. Now, gurus, in terms of like, you mean like the bag of no, not the bag, well, the Bhagavad Gita, but what do you call the Dalai Lama? Gurus, spiritual gurus like the Dalai Lama. The, look, that person is, I would say, deemed as safe. That would be a good teacher, right? But I mean, like there are teachers that become come out of nowhere. They get erected, and all that is just a cult. You know, she ends up dating and promoting one of her members, and then you know what happens in this BBC documentary. Like that is something I'm not going to create for myself. No, no. So that means as my channel grows, uh, people like who are subscribing, I think they're going to be more like, like discovering their power, their intuition, their own abilities, psychic abilities, and even like how smart they are, how skilled they are, how funny they are, how exciting they are, and that they are success. They're their own success stories, and they get all of the credit, and they transcend me. They transcend our readings together. They transcend the entire conversation and go off and live their life to the fullest. They get their partner who they're captivated by, who loves them in return. That's the kind of spiritual space I want to create. So definitely, that's not the way of a guru, a spiritual guru, is it? But that's the way that I work with my clients, treat my clients this way. So everyone else would be treated that way. Okay. Okay, we're on. Um, it's very nice. Let's see. I gotta check on something real quick. Mm. All right. And I know that they're not, like being, they're like, I know they're like, we don't want you to do what you want to do. But we have to make sure that we do exactly that, that we do what we wanted to. I have to make sure that that's understood. You're going to do whatever you want to do. Yes. Make it all about you. Yes. So you're not going to, no, no. I know it's blowing a lot of people's minds. They're so surprised. They're like, so you tell me you gonna be in charge? Yep. And I'm not gonna run no games. No, zero games. You're gonna run zero games. They were like, I don't know. I don't know about you. Just something about you. I'm like, mm-hmm. And all you have to do is ever ask, and I will lay it out for you and prove it to you. With, look, this is where I've been 24 hours. You know, I'm so proud that I can come on live, and I knowing that as I go up, no one's not gonna come from my past and say, "Hey, what about this? Hey, what about you and me?" No, that is that is never gonna happen. A pleasure. Okay. Okay. A pleasure answering your questions today, speaking with you today. Hope you're having a beautiful afternoon. And where should we start? Of your interest. So, one word. What reason did Spirit say, reach out right now? You're going to get a message. What area would that be in one word? Are you there? Are you there? Okay. So, have you thought about it? Okay. So, say it. Don't think about it. Just say it. The word. Say what area. What area are you thinking about that you want Spirit to speak to? It's where your mind is at. That's what we want to know. Financial. Okay, we could start there. And then as other things come up, you just will kind of guide us. Okay. So, or if anything comes up on my end, I'll tell you. So, what I could tell you is this: the world, it definitely says that um, I see structures around you. You do have the planetary, like Mars vibration that's coming through. So this could be create something creative, like starting from a creative space, fiery energy, being energetic, things like that. Being hands on. I'm also seeing a little bit of healer in you, like something. I'm seeing the caduceus that represents the healing fields, like medicine, maybe care for others, something like that, therapeutic even, but something that always symbols working with others, healing others, something that brings peace to others, something along the lines of that, but very energetically. That represents like you have a lot of vitality. You may have been, people may have said, gosh, you act so young in your energy, like where you get all this energy from. You're always active. So it feels like that's what they're speaking to. I like the idea that also you might say, like, where did you get all this energy to get this project done? It's like you might find yourself spending a great deal of, like, in terms of like hours on a project. So you might something once you get started, you really it holds you to it. So it seems like that's something as well. But they also say career wise, it should be something like that's where it's in something definitely that's rewarding, that's fulfilling for yourself. That's what they're shouting out to me right now. Something that because that's where you will be able to take the lead energetically. You will take the lead in this space where you seem like you're like doing something. But I think you want to say, I'm doing something for other people and it's rewarding to me. And it's something that you are doing that is a career. You're doing this in your career. So that's a strong thing. And they say that, yes, financially, this is absolutely good. I'm also seeing a gentleman come through, like I guess like we can represent the business, the business, and it talks about, I guess, like personal finances. That was the question. But I do see like finances, personal wealth, and I also see fulfillment as well. Like your path number when it comes to finances is 10. So I love that number when it, and especially when it's illustrated as like like money, because it says that money is happening in the realm of care, caring, caretaking, energy like that, healing, any way, shape, or form in that manner. Healing doesn't necessarily mean, okay, I have to go be a nurse, but it definitely always represents some form of that healing in in your practices. So that's why I enjoyed it. It said by channeling this skill of yours, or this gift of yours, such as like especially in the realm of career, it will also benefit you greatly. It's like this is how I guess money will find you, or like if you're looking for the road, like okay, what path is coming in where money reaches me? It's that path. That's the path that reaches you through. So I like it. So look out for that. The other part, no, this section here is connecting both the career as well as in the finances. And it's a lot of earth parts here. You've got like three. So that's pretty strong. That's all three. That's a triune basically. So that means this is harmony. That means it's very, very good, more or less. So like working with grounded people, earthy type people, down to earth people is favorable for you right now. So that means you should be able to connect to something real when it comes to finances, like how when finances are coming, when what should you be expecting and when. That's like I think that this is actually over the next week, like entering to the new week. That's when your journey is beginning, and it's going to bring in that wealth, that sense of wealth, personal wealth, emotional wealth. I like it, the way that the doors are opening. We should read your highest vibration when it's associated with money. We need your highest energy. So they're letting us know that guides want you to say, okay, leaders, okay, that's their fiery side. That's the leadership element they talked about in the workplace. Okay, which means taking the lead could just mean you're so active and you have, things going for you very, not nicely, that you just sort of take the lead on things. So it can mean that way as well. It sounds like that's what it means. This means that you have everything taken care of, more like it. The guy said that the right timing is now, and the celebration is the fulfillment of your finances. They did say that also within, I'm saying the number nine, like 9 days pass, you become motivated and begin to explore. You do begin to seek, I believe, how can you help? So it's like your situation is expanding, more or less. Your gifts, your talents, what you're going to do is expanding. I'm expanding into other areas now, That's going to be the dialogue. They said, yes, 1000% go wholeheartedly into that expansion. I think that represents maybe stepping into a new role and then legitimizing that role. You're on the right path. Yep. And the guides, yes, that's right. You have a question? Hmm. Okay. Well, let's ask them, like, hello over there from the other side. Let's see what they're going to share with us. Anyone coming through? So, the sister says yes. So, like, she's like the way that she responds, like, she's like, in one word, yes. Yeah, so I believe it's she who comes through first, and she's also have a different, or she has this connection that's very energetic, very bright energy. I'm picking up on. I'm seeing also like inheritance elements around her. I see. We talk a lot. We used to talk a lot of times, a lot together. We talk a lot. I'm hearing that. Gosh, she's so fulfilled. She seems to be rewarded. She shows up like she's definitely showing up as the sister. She's around from the other side. She is still around you, socially, through like learning of life, philosophy. She says that she's definitely around you in this month of time, in this August month, is what I'm picking up on. Um, she's very much like very close to you as well. It's like she mentions that like keeping you informed, in this lifetime about like mom. She brings up mom, like something that mom said. It's like bringing it up, but it's like she also wanted to be, well, not necessarily to be mom, but she's like motherly. She's mothering a lot in my reading, but she definitely shares that she's going to help guide you into your to fulfillment, and that she's associated with things that represent like inheritance or some kind of finances that's going to reach you or that's coming towards you. She's very much a part of that journey. Very much that he says that you are loved, this in this vibration. So she's very intellectual type as well, very much of a like a thinker, sharp in the mind, witty, things like that. Quick to respond in like one single word as she introduced herself to the reading. That is she saying, "Oh, don't worry, I am here. There's no doubt about that." And she says you both talk like she says not only were you sisters, but you would talk to each other like friends and could ask each other questions that are like bizarrely more closely to like you would ask a friend. So she still's like we're still in those conversations, and she says I'm not jealous. She says I'm just here. I'm watching over things. I'm keeping in touch with you. So that's what she wants you to know. She wants you to live that life, the fullness, and have the house and things like that. Mm-hmm. And but it seems like she's the only one that really had something to address or something to say. The young lad that she brought up, his pathway, like being star-crossed, he was just open to the world, to goodness. Pulled forward, he lived like so fearless, like arms wide open, his heart just being guided through life. I can see. And it's like he made his connections to everyone. Like the world is like, gosh, he's just here for the world, is he not? But he's like, he's very, very much in the social realms, in the social world. It's like he was also in, like, very quickly fulfilling his life purpose, like his duties for this world, like the things he needed to do. They said that he was meant to sort of like make breakthroughs and things like that. He was to make breakthroughs. This young one, um, breakthroughs means like maybe breaking through what what people think all the time, and he breaks through those barriers because he's new. He's a new vibration, and he had a sort of like a different way of looking at things. He's like he's very open to the world, but also to the people in it. That's what they said. He would be drawn to people. That's what he was meant to do. Kind of make people stop and think and then feel. That's what his purpose was. But he mentions that he's very much still in this, like he's still working. His work is still ongoing, is what I pick up on. They said that vibrationally, it was a bit of a pastor. I mean, maybe not in the lifetime where he's crossed over, but his energy is like that of a pastor's energy, like maybe like leading a flock of some sort. They do say that he would have crossed over very quickly, having obtained the things that he was going to do within this purpose very quickly. So I pick up on like the way that he crossed over. It was by the way that he crossed over. You could tell that it was sudden. It was like beforehand, like before time, and it had nothing to do with something outside himself. It was like, gosh, universe, as they say, sometimes heaven wants us back so badly. It's like, couldn't they wait? We were, we loved him. He was with us, so it was like he crossed and it was like, okay, but he's also enlightened and things like that. That's because he's elevated quickly throughout this lifetime. That's the words that he wanted to pass along, as in like he's okay. Um, there's I know that in our minds, in our earthly minds, we're thinking, what about the relationships that he was going to have? What about his loved ones? That's going to extend the bloodline. We think about those things naturally. Um, and he mentions that he says, he says his path was purposeful. He was being guided, and he fulfilled it. In a little bit faster, and the future. Let's say his future love, the future, because it mentions that as well. He says that that was a place in the future, yes, but he said that his path was going to be one that would help others. He was thinking more like others. He's very much the world. Mhm. I know they're just saying that our time is up. A pleasure. Okay. Well, I love to speak with you time. Have a great day. Oh gosh. She's dealing with people who have crossed over. She's dealing with, gosh, two loved ones. The boy didn't really want to talk, so I had to kind of like remote view out to him. But her sister came through easy, and then what she has going on is good for her. She's got a lot going for herself. That's nice to know. She'll find a rewarding path, I'm sure. It's difficult to say, yeah, I just decided to do my job and transition. The boy, he crossed over naturally. hmm it wasn't nothing that, it wasn't the world didn't take him out. It was just like, I did it. I did my job. Like, we forget that sometimes, that we are on a quest, but because we're thinking, hey, like, um, that's you took a loved one from me. Mm. So yeah, but I love helping people to sort of have that comfort, that bridge. And it was good that he came through and kind of explained to her what happened, so she's not thinking that it wasn't something that they were gonna do or something that they were supposed to do. Some people say, that they regret and things like that, and he didn't want she to regret. Like, I knew my task. Like, kind of like when they say it was already planned and laid out before he got here. Kind of, without saying that, that sounds like a bit like detached. Like, it's kind of like you might as well just say, yeah, God had a plan, and him going off and falling in love and raising that beautiful family you saw in your mind. He had such a bright life ahead of him. It's like, well, God had other plans. I mean, that's a little bit detached to say that, right? So he's kind of like giving insight to why he was here, what he was meant to do, and that he achieved it. You know, when they used to say that one's close to God, that's what they mean, close to God. So of course I shrouded it with, sometimes heaven wants us back and wants us back fast. So that was a nice way of saying, yeah, it was kind of like some people you could tell, like, oh yeah, you're gonna blast your way through the heavens. You could like just tell, look at a person, just tell. Um, Somebody's like so vibrant, they almost look like they're about to leap out of here at any moment. But they're like, vibrant, and then it happens, and like, remember that person? Yeah, that was sharp. Oh, I love them. Where are they? Yeah, they passed. And like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But they were so young. Like, why? And like, yeah, yeah, that those types. Yeah, those like they came in here, did their work, stayed focused, and like, okay, I'm gonna go get my rewards in heaven. Like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Mm, yeah. So my battery's running out, you guys. But I'll try to hang on for as long as actually I could disappear, go get my cord. Okay, is it a good idea? Is it a good idea, guys? Okay, I'm gonna go get the cord. I'll be right back. So that because yeah, the battery. Otherwise, the battery's gonna we're gonna be looking at a blank screen, and it's crazy because it'll kick me off. All right, I'm gonna go do that real quick. All right, 1 second. Mm. All right, I'll focus there. Then you'll guide us. Yeah. My. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Bing. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm back. Now, hopefully it's been provided enough juice. All right, so that we can talk a little bit. What time is it? 2. Okay, well, that's okay. We'll work with that. Oh my gosh. Um. Hmm. Oh boy. Just relax. Okay. So more and more, healing is being experienced of some kind, and all we have to do is just put that good energy up. That's what we have to do. That energy is strong. It's this energy that it's just a pull, and if we're if we agree to this energy, it will actually take us far. And wherever our mind is set, wherever our energy is bringing us, where that of course that would be personal. People are manifesting for themselves. So manifest your lives. Be pulled into your vision. But one thing is for certain, I think people are beginning to understand. I don't trust it because I've been telling them for years, but hopefully they're maybe they're getting more insight than they've ever have. It's like, are you gonna talk to me? It's about these things, nothing more. I'm like, I'm gonna first of all, my thoughts are I'm gonna guide you to a beautiful friend circle. Well, I don't know. Do we need to do another live? An entire live is about. So, what happened to spiritual gurus? And that way, it's educational, and then you can see, you know, being a spiritual guru. That's not it, unless you're the Dalai Lama of sorts, or unless you have a platform, where you're platformed and you are like you're a healer. Well, you've healed. First of all, you've healed, and you're healing, and you're now a healer. But yeah, but if you were like a guru or becoming one, or you have this like a spirit of the guru, the one thing that you'd want to do is um, not adopt anybody. Don't adopt any spiritual kids. There's more on that subject. Donald here. Okay. Sure. A pleasure. Good to speak with you today and afternoon. How will we like to begin? Hmm. Okay. Got it. Let's go there then. So we'll start there, and then if anytime you want to hear about something else, you'll let me know. Okay. So what I could see in this space is that your guys, oh, this is your long-term partner. Long-term. You were settled in. This is your life partner, actually. Your life partner. The guide says that the partner became very, what they call it, dependent on you, but reluctant to ask of you. Didn't like, is that feeling, oh my gosh, this would have been difficult. Or you're there, you would do anything if you could do, if you just know what to do. The partner didn't know what to tell you. Didn't want you to worry, I think, and was like reluctant to tell you, I need this, that kind of thing. Oh my gosh, because it wanted to preserve your heart, your emotions, loved you dearly, that she's your twin flame. My gosh. Um, why the distance? Oh boy, love, but it was excited to reconnect with you. Oh boy, so that the last bit when of losing the partner must have been challenging. The last bit, because the partner was so busy trying to protect you, but you're trying to protect your partner, right? You were trying to protect your partner. Your partner didn't want to see you suffer. Who does, right? My gosh, that was a discernment. You know that your partner actually on the inside felt that you are the twin flame. You're the life partner. There's no doubt in that. So this is how it was felt in this crossing over. Okay, let's switch it over. We'll switch up the tone of the subject to something else, if you don't mind. Unless you, and but I'll leave it here, as you may have questions in that space. So they're also saying that you are in this space of the home yourself with being supported. Okay, your partner's happy with that. Like you're holding in control. You're in control. You're managing the home. In other words, agreements and contracts. It's like, a lot of work goes into that when your loved one crosses over. Somebody, oh gosh, what your twin flame is stating, just on the other side of the veil, very much in communicating with you. Um, to see you again. There's all of these sort of like messages that don't represent farewell, but you know, um, I'm watching from the distance sort of conversations here. The partner also suggests that, oh, there he goes. So he says he just wanted you to have a home, a happy home. He wanted to like leave you with something. I felt like I want you to like, be comfortable. If anything should happen to me, how loved ones speak to you. That's what he was more focused on. But he also wanted light in your home. He says you brought light into my home. I want light. And I want to be the light. I want to be around in the home. I want you to have that in your home. So he's stressing that mainly. He says, by the way, is he around you? Yes. But of course, he's talking a lot about the house. He's talking about the home, being in the home. Wherever you go to live, this is where he's going to be. In other words, like he says that he comes in the form of light. So something with lights. It might be a light that's acting up, and you're like, huh, what? That's weird. That's him flickering of things, odd lighting. That's his vibration in a good way, meaning I'm watching, I'm protecting, is what he's meant. And you might feel like, oh, but I'm at peace. It's a friendly vibration, doesn't spook me or nothing like that. That's him. That is your soul mate. But he also comes around in well lit rooms. Like you might have like the way that the light comes in through maybe the windows and moves into the room. You might feel like there's a presence. That's also him, by the way. He says, so he's gonna represent that. And every time that he shows, or that you, first of all, you'll show up and he shows up. You both are wearing the same, sort of like, like matching clothes a lot in my reading. You two are matching a lot in my reading. So like communicating, so you knew something was off in that bit. If the communication, if he's like not saying something when the relationship is all about communicating, about talking, you knew something was up, that something is on his mind. And he knew you knew, but he's trying to comfort you while you're trying to comfort him. And then security, like financial security, that was another important thing for him, which I believe that's why he's emphasis. I want you to take care of the home, I want you to be taken care of. That's what he's meaning. So yeah, that's his way of is expressing love, um, in that sense. What they call it, uh, like things that come through the marriage, or that's inheritance, or that's something channeled through. Sometimes spirits may even bring you things like, or open up doors to make your maybe paper processing easier, so that you can ultimately have security. These kinds of things are associated, of course, with that, um, being in the light. That's, again, that's in this case, is the Jupiter aspect. So he's absolutely looking after things still, nonetheless. And you might even get a strong pull on from him, I think, as you approach more like the month of October. So yeah, you really will begin to feel his presence this year, I think, because he's already talking about this fall, about being around and, being a bit active in a way. Well, you'll just say, "Oh, okay, I know who that is." So that's coming from his side. We know emotionally what he has going on, but what does he wants you to know going forward? Like he let us know that he's there protecting and things, but we're gonna ask him, what is it? Any messages for you? He says that, um, okay, aside, oh yeah, and making sure you have the things that you have to support and everything. So he says this. He wanted you to know that control, okay, mistakes, okay, got it. He's letting us know that um, he's not trying to control things, something like he's like where he said that he could have done better is getting, like, maybe recognizing what you're experiencing. He wished he could have done that. He wanted to, but it was like it's like, oh my, he's asking, we, can you forgive him? He's like, he had settled with the idea that his time was to cross, and then he's trying to control the things around him. And he says, I could have done better with that. I maybe trying to be control. I should have validated what you were experiencing at that time and allow you to have that time. And I could have, it's not that I couldn't, I didn't want to see you in pain. So he's talking emotionally, though. He's talking, speaking with you emotionally. He says, but there's something better. So he said what was on his mind was, there's something better beyond this circumstance. Not that you will ever forget him, but he says that there's just better things underway. He could feel it, something good that's going to come through for you. And he said he wanted to get you focusing about the future. Your future is what he wanted to do. Like, you have life, destiny, become motivated in that. That's what he was looking for. Don't, he says, like, be a good sport, try to keep a smile on the face, that kind of things, of this loss. He knew that this represented a loss, but he just refused to let it be, like a loss, and then it's dwelling on the loss, as if because he says, like, no, how in the world are you going to lose him? He's not lost you. That doesn't He said, that doesn't make any sense. You've not lost him, and he's not lost you. You two are still together, even on a soul level, and he's there, just different, in a different form. So it's like, don't cave in to not be able to go forward, is what he mentions. That was his concern in his crossing. He was standing in my visions. He was expressing this in his healthy self, and he had, kind of like leaning on the wall, on his forearm, and looking out the window and just saying, kind of, yeah, that's the one thing I could have done differently. If there was anything I could have done, and something that he needed you earnestly to know, was that yes, he could have listened to your side, and there would have been no problem. That's what he. That's the message that he wanted to leave you with. Um, okay, the shadow work. Okay, there is some shadow work. Things that are being uplifted, mixed signals, sacred bond. Okay. Well, there was some unknown things. Yeah, definitely. He said. I think he just understands that was confusing, and during those moments, that would have been confusing, and he's just remedying all of that. Like, I'm giving remedy now. Like, I'm ready to heal from that. I'm ready to give you the information to help you to heal from this as well. That's where he's coming from. Um, Naturally, he knows that when it comes to members of family, extended members, and so forth. He knows you're going to be there. That is a given, and he's very pleased. He's very happy to see that. But he definitely wants to see you in your spirits again. Like that was his favorite part. You bringing light into his life. So thus he wants to see that life in you continue. That light continue in you. So he's looking at that. Very much so, I think, especially in regards to your connection to members of family. He says, um, let's see, the guides are also sharing with us a team. Okay, all right. There it is. Finally, the last piece, being that you two are twin flames, you typically work well together as partners. So that's where the mix, that's what when he meant mixed signals, that's what he meant. It's like normally we like being partners, you work so well together. What happened? What's the difference now? That's what it was. He's apologizing for that. Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you, spirits. So, yeah, he just wants you to now, like, don't, he said, don't hold him to that. Just please understand the circumstances why he would have done that. Um, but it wasn't to shut down or anything like that. That's what he mentions. But he appears to be in, I would say, in good spirits. He seems healthy, a version of himself that's also healthy. Um, definitely like healed in a sense. That's what I get the sense of. And near your window all the time. So vibrationally, you probably can connect with that and connect with him and feel that energy there in the light. Okay. And let's see. Here, that's what the guides show us. They mentioned that self care. Okay, well, we know that. All right, spirits. They're showing us that the reflection of self, a bit of the waiting. Okay, so you're still right at the moment. He's definitely going to be around because he's going to maybe feel that you are waiting for something, that you're waiting for maybe some signs for him maybe to speak with you or give you some sign that he wants to talk, some indication of that. Maybe through, in some form, it could be dream. That's typical for it to be a dream. And he's okay with your life as in extending, your life to extend and go beyond the present. He's okay with that. He mentions that. He does not consider that a betrayal whatsoever. He's like waking up concerns of, well, emotions that become intense. That's what he's describing. But he says he knows the difference. He knows, love you have for him. That's his love. He knows that. Um, but he's definitely, even if you don't, even if you like, you're content where you are. He likes the idea that you are letting your light it reach other people as their light can reach you. We're at our end. They're saying we're at our end of our time without going over. You have a question before you go? A pleasure. Okay. Oh, I'm being a medium. I'm very grateful for what you said today. Ah, that's the second medium. Oh yeah, that's right. In the fall is where people usually come for mediumship readings. Okay, I'm not gonna freak out. I'm just get. I'm a. I know we're still working out the summer. We're moving to late summer, but uh, everything fall like is happening. Like I'm wanting to write, things like that, and I'm getting people coming in and asking me to connect with loved ones on the other side. Oh, and by the way, when I start talking about guruship and all that, when I talk about gurus, one thing is really scary for me is whenever I start to talk about my abilities to talk to spirits. People on the other side, people really get spooky in a way, like, trying to, you know, get me or take my abilities or something like that, or do the whole spooky guru stuff. Especially when I rarely even I don't even talk about it. Like all this time, I have not told you about that. It's like that one takes the cake. The fact that I can uh, read um, the guru stuff. hmm Uh, read the guru stuff. Yes, read the guru stuff. My mind is distracted. Read spirits from the other side. Read loved ones. Connect with loved ones. Do readings. Talk about those who have crossed. Well, he had some messages for her. Mm. But you said she was grateful, so we did what we were supposed to do. That's so weird though. When you're talking with spirits and you're saying exactly what like they want you to say, it's so weird. Oh my gosh. I know people are like, I don't know about all that. I don't know about doing all those kind of readings. Uh, reading souls. Yeah, I do. I read the spirits as well, and I love the fact that the spirits they say what they need to say. They do it right. That's for sure. Yeah, but it's I admit being a medium is kind of feels kind of strange. Yeah, I don't showcase that ever. Actually, I'd rather not talk about it. Um, well, anyways, I did it. Now I can relax. And she said thank you and very grateful for what you shared. And at the end, before as he's crossing, he began to sort of pull back, you know, distance himself. But that was not his intention. He just didn't. I think she was being very emotional at that time. She was very reserved on the call with me, but he just wanted to keep her spirits up, and he just was like thinking like, oh my gosh, here's his husband. He's like, did I make sure that everything was good? Did I like the house is good? No bills or as much as possible. Okay, she's gonna be comfortable. Okay, because he knew his time was coming to cross transition, and so he was like apologizing to her because he realizes it on the other side that he was like in the mixed signals, miscommunicating what he was feeling and also denying what she was feeling. And he said, yeah, he could have. He said, but it would have hurt the fact that she hurts. So he was trying to make it easy for her. And he had on his mind, did he do all this business affairs? Yeah, it was a lot. And yeah, and very close to the veil as well. He's very close. My gosh. He's so close to the veil. He was like right there. He like told me where he's at, where he hangs out. Mm. So yeah. Well, that's I guess the secret's out. Yes, I am a medium. I do like. I don't. I mean, I don't wake up and say, "Today I'm going to do a lot of mediumship readings. Hooray!" I do that with my cards. I'm going to do a lot of psychic readings today, but I don't. I don't know why. You know, it's not that they don't talk. They definitely will interact and say what they need, whomever the message is for the other person. Yeah, that was a good reading. Yeah, it definitely feels funny for some reason whenever I do that. Like, it's like it's the feeling is like, what just happened? Like, did I really just do that? Okay, so see, look, I'm about to say it. Hopefully, the next reading will be psychic. Like just read the cards, read what's going on around them in the future. Look at me over here reading spirits, reading ghosts, reading past loved ones. I'm just glad I'm making people's day today. Okay, so how long we gonna stay in here? It is 12 o'clock. Yeah, we might stay on till 2 to 2 o'clock. Well, I don't have to. What's today? Today is today's Tuesday, Wednesday. I took a huge break yesterday. So today's Wednesday. I could Okay, I could exit from this one and then come back. I can I don't know. Yeah, I could take a little break. everybody's energy feels a little funny. It's like everybody's trying to be a little off. And I feel like people asking me, why aren't your energy off? I just, I don't know. So, yeah, I feel like everybody feels a little off and they're asking me how come I'm not off. That makes me think about like people asking, um, like, well, this is a sad day, so you should feel sad. It's that kind of feeling. I'm like, huh? Why? And if you're sad, then we should be talking about it so that we can stay busy. But then I start to realize, oh, I'm working, I'm uplifting people. And it's not that it's a sad day, it's that they want to control over here. And switching my hours to morning was the best idea ever. Okay, I'm gonna sit back now. So, um, yeah, it's a very interesting day. Um, yeah, I somehow acquired the ability to see spirits and to speak to or speak with the loved ones of other people, wherever they are in the world. I don't have to know where they are exactly. I'm shown where they are. Like if you're in a house, I'm shown that. With in the layout of the house, I'm shown what I need to see only. Um, mhm. I don't know what to think of that. Um, two mediumship readings back to back. Makes me think, oh boy, am I going to have to do a lot of mediumship readings this fall and winter? Of course, that's the best time to do it. I mean, if I'm going to. So I am trying to process the idea of reading loved ones from so far away. I cannot figure out why on earth am I always like, well, how am I accurate? Like, how do I get it right? So I'm just trying to understand. How do I get it right? This is a gift unto itself. I need to study that side. But this it's still not clicking. So it can make it easier for me to do these types of readings because I always feel like like off the path, even though it's as easy as reading a person who is alive. The good thing is she or he, her partner, left her with things. Like, so that's a good thing. Like left inheritance, left the house, left money. Um, of course, at the heart level, wanted to to connect with family members, and show off and express the love that she has. Uh, like things, that he's maybe hoping for as he transitions, but he is sending that message out there already, like while he's, I guess, on the other side. Yeah. So he definitely appeared happy, um, or content, like like at ease, at peace that he's made the right decisions. Okay. So I have my work cut out for me. Some of my clients, they need protection. Some of them needs like a clear open path or a clear door. Others seem to need inspiration, and others seem to need to connect with a very particular message. And that message, is, let me see, that message is something so sound that they get it. They have to understand, like the feeling like, yeah, that's them. There's no one else who's going to talk to me like that. Like that's a big deal. I didn't even realize how deeply she was connecting. But when she finally spoke, she said, "I'm very grateful for the information you're giving today." And those are the best words that I could have received today. So I think mediumship is not about closure. I think it's more so, people can get closure, but I think it's more so um, to connect with loved ones who they're going to see again someday. And that right now it's all about life. I think that's what it means to be a medium. And also, like, sort of preparing people to transition, which I use that word. Like, if a person is moving from one place to another, if they're moving out of a situation completely, then I would use transcendence. But, you know, transition, I really like using that word to describe a person crossing over into their new life. Because that's the way that I view spirits. And I think when people ask, I guess, if loved ones are around or if they can connect with a loved one, I think it means that they are looking to communicate with loved ones. I don't think it's about letting go or initiating. They literally need to hear something that was left behind, something that maybe that they missed, I believe that's the reason why people reach out and ask me for, like to be a medium for them and reach out and speak to their loved ones past. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. Whoa. That's better. So, hmm, that response though. Her response just has me bewildered. She said, "I'm grateful for the message that you've shared with for me today." Oh, that wasn't for me. That's why it bridges to the spirit. Now I get it. Because he was disconnected. There it is. She wasn't talking to me. Oh, that makes sense. Now I'm more at ease. Okay. That part was for her husband. Got it. Okay. I'm back. Bounce back. Well, good. It took me a minute. I'm like, what is now I get it. Because her husband was at the end was withdrawn. And then she said, thank you. Like, I'm happy with this, what you said to me today. Like, okay. So he understood that he was withdrawn near the end. It's like he understood and he's like, well, I'm happy. Okay. And that's a bridge. It's not a closure, it's a bridge. Now they're communicating again. That was a little deep. Like, I did something like, how did I do that? Heard that, whatever it was, however I did that, sure, it's, it got my attention. I was like, whoa, what was that? Wait. Um, Okay, so morning lives are a must. I think morning lives are good. I can continue those. And I guess these lives between like 10 o'clock to, I kind of want to say 3 o'clock. I'm so sorry. But to like 3 o'clock, I think that's a good number. So we have like, how long we have? Like 2 hours and a half, I think. I think. I don't know why. Like I had in my mind, I'm thinking 2 o'clock, but however it goes, it's either 2 hours or 3 hours. I'm saying already, the moment that if I reach I guess when I reach 1 o'clock, I'll probably think about this differently. And once I reach 2 o'clock, I'm definitely most likely gonna say, okay, I can do this. I'm gonna be until 3. So we'll see what happens. Um, it's political. Mm-hmm. Hmm. On a good note, my gentleman who I'm reading with, um, I've been reading for him, and I uh, predicted that. So there's a young lady. She's brilliant, and but he also has a young lady who he's fascinated with. But he's finally gotten a grip though, and the one, okay, so there was a handful of ladies. The one that he said no, 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 and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna. We'll be back. We'll be back. He's like, no, 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 definitely not. No, 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 no. She's the one that she's stuck with him. He's gonna go meet with her now because I've been telling him, she's part of your soul group. She's your companion. She's gonna walk beside you. Everything I said about like she learns things and brings it back to him, back to the business, and she works with him. And that's why he went to meet with her. This is the one that he's been running from. He said, no, 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 I couldn't. No, 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 no. She's smart. She's good. We work together. No, no, no. And then the rest he follow. The rest he runs after, chases, except for this one. And this is the one that calls him and says, "So when we gonna meet?" Of course, if she says it, he's like, "Hey, can you meet?" And then he's like, uh, he said that he asked her to meet, and under what circumstances he says, "Oh, anything you want, anything you want." Now the other ones are back around, but it's only made it more clear that this is the one that he's meeting with today. He's like, yes, my man, this one, that's the one. So good. He did, but he was like he had to test the spirit, right? He's Muslim, and Muslims and Christians are kind of the same spiritually, and so he tested us like, does she have any ill intentions? Is she loyal? Is she true? Is she serious? It took a while, but then that now it's here. It is. It's happening. It's like, see, like she's been waiting for you to reach out to her. So he seems to be happy. He told me, he said, I see things are, he says, I think things are coming together now. So, and he knows that today is about it's very active. It's about like meeting, this young woman. Mm-hmm. I'm, I am right. I told him that in his, he has a legal situation. I said, you're gonna find new evidence, and like he was waiting for his old lawyers to find this evidence. He found it and he gave it to them. He's like, I did you guys' job. So he's getting a little bit more stronger, assertive lawyers now, which is good for him. And that gentleman, whoever that gentleman is, he keeps contacting me to ask about relationships. That's the one thing about reading for guys. Like I do tell the guys, like, look, there's a woman around you. All she wants you to do is say to her that you're ready for a relationship, a commitment. Hmm. He's like, huh? So like 8 times he's called or something like that, like 10 times, and he always asks the same question in the same way. He doesn't say like, okay, what do you see from me now? It's more like, I'm here for a relationship. That's all he's that's all he's keeps saying. Um, so I knew he was. I was like, so what can I do for you today? He said, I'm here for a relationship. So I was like, yeah, I kind of cheated. I let myself out on that. That at that point, I'm like, Lord knows I don't need to be turning away money, but I want him to really think about his like what is he doing? All he has to do is talk to her and be sincere. I don't think he'll do it, but it's kind of like it's just making a point to myself. I think I'm just making a point to me. Mm. Trump, the president's sons, the Trump sons, um, I was given a special insight, which is, I mean, there's an obvious, but yeah, I heard they're doing really well with the whole crypto situation. They're really good at it. That's what I heard. I saw a breakup. So I saw a breakup, and basically, the way that it was described is the person was on the train more or less, and the guy, well, the person who's wanting to walk away from the relationship, the door is closing, and the train leaving with the person who's in love. So it's like when they say that ship is sailed, in this case, it's a train starting to leave with them in it, with the other person having made up their mind to break off from the relationship. think that's all of them. One thing is for certain, it's nice weather out, that's for sure. That sun is bright. I think that if I was on the other side of the room, I think the room would be well lit. It would light up in here. It's not that dark, but definitely, I think I'd be in the sun if I was over there. Okay. So I think that today's readings was a lot about bringing some sort of peace to clients, and because they're waiting for things to, like, even though they know that it's happening, it's just that they needed peace. It's like they keep asking themselves, is it going to happen? It's kind of like, hey, when is it going to happen? But they're not asking, when is it going to happen? They're using the words, whether or not if it's going to happen. And so it was like I'm bringing peace to let them know it is going to happen. And don't give up so easily. I mean, what's going to happen? Their dreams, the realities. Okay. So I've made it to, y'all, I've made it to 1 o'clock. Y'all, I want to take a break. Y'all don't mind, do y'all? I want to take a break. I'm gonna close this one out, and yeah, I'm gonna close this one out early. I surrender. I surrender. I'm taking my break. Hold on, let me wait one more minute. Wait a minute. I'm gonna take a break. Hold on. One second. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna take a break, I admit, but it said I can't. You see, I have a desire, a burning desire, a fire's lit underneath me, and I have to stay on a little longer, just a little bit longer. It's not asking for much, but I just have to. I have to stay on. I just have to. You know? You get it? You know? You get it. Well, if you feel it, if you have it in your heart and you like to come in and say, come on, stay strong. You're almost there. I need you. I need you now more than ever. Okay. So let's see, where are we at? Hold on. Okay, so there's uh, Okay. I know, I know. I know what I should do. I'm not gonna do it though. I opt out. I opt out of breaking away. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. You're gonna have to learn to accept people for as they are. You're just gonna have to accept me for who I am. I'm gonna stay right here. I'm gonna see it through. I only have 2 hours to go, and I'm gonna just relax. I'm gonna wrap up this self-imposed time frame, and I'm gonna be celebrating afterwards. I'll be happy, like, wow, I did that. You know, the good thing is, I answered everybody's questions. I even talked to people's dead loved ones. Stop it. And they didn't give me any information about them. And they guess who knows your loved ones better than I could ever? Well, the clients. So I think I have to stay put. Yes, it is beautiful outside, but the way that weather is right now, I highly doubt that weather is going anywhere anytime soon. And yes, it's okay. So it's one now. I stay on till 2. It doesn't get night until 9 p.m. So don't think that I'm letting this beautiful weather go to waste. It's not going anywhere. I have all afternoon and into the well into the evening. So where were we? Mm, let's see. Where were we? Oh, we're talking about our mediumship journey. If anyone asks, how do you connect with mediumship? I know I've read books. Mediums have told me how they connect, but how do you? To me, to be honest, I read them exactly like I read people of the living. I read them the same exact way. And I lose the idea that they are on the other side. Also, okay, how do you know when a spirit is connected or around a person and somebody says, you kind of like pick up on them? Well, it's kind of like this. I don't go looking for them, and they rarely come wanting to talk to me. But when they do, they make themselves plainly known. Like they're like slipping in messages. Like it's kind of like you go visit a friend and their relative keeps giving like telling you things about about them, and so that's how that works. Yeah, So when you ask, how do I read people who have crossed over? It's like asking me, how do I read you? I read you the same. The same that I read them is the same way I read you, the same way I read you, the same way I read them. Hmm. Except it looks a little different, that's for sure. Like it looks all bright. Like in the visions, it's like everything is lit. Kind of like, you know how like if you someone takes a picture of you and that bright light shines for a brief moment, everything is bright. That's what it's like. It's like that. Or someone very quickly flashes their cell phone light in your eyes and everything's like, whoa, it's like that. So I cannot, like, there's no other light like that, and there's no other reaction to light such as that. So I never can get it confused with something else. I always know it's like, well, a minute. And also, by the way, it's not just like it's not a bright light. It's just that the scene is that bright, and then in that scene, I see the person. I see what they're doing. I see where they're at. I see what they're wearing. I see them and um, maybe staring off or whatever, and they will give a very specific message, like words. They'll give very specific words, like a statement, or encouraging words, or some words about themselves. All of that in a like a split second flash. It's like, and then it's like, got it. Of course, I'm channeling, so I'm saying what I'm experiencing at the same time. Yeah, this kind of information would leave you very quickly. So whoever the message is intended to for, they need to know right away. So that's how I do it. That's how it works for me. Mm. So sometimes people may ask, um, so how how do you keep up with people's readings? Like a client of mine said, "Well, you remember that? That was like 2 years ago when I explained that." It's like the akashas, but I wouldn't chalk it up to like a good memory. It's that I can only recall things that are relevant to the reading, and it really literally comes in the form of like staring down at a book, and then I'm able to like retrieve things. And I always tell people, I said, it's really that's the gift. The gift, true gift, is remembering everybody who you read, remembering what happened, regardless of when they contact you again or if they ever contact you again, that information is there. And you remember that reading, you remember them, you remember the conversations, and I'm able to, bring that information into the reading, current reading, to better help with the answers that the people are looking for. So that's how I view like the akashas. I believe that the greatest gift actually is my remembering people rather than the gift in it, like to be psychic and know what's going on with a person, how they feel, what they think, what they're thinking. It's remembering the person. That's the real gift right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mhm. I need to I need to have a better, I think a much more wider understanding of my abilities as a medium. Because as you notice, I don't talk about that gift. I talk about like the clairs, clairvoyance, remote viewing. I always talk about those things. Not even remote viewing. I talk about much, but like clair audience, clair, all the clairs, I do talk about regularly. My ability to read tarot cards, astrology, but have you noticed? Rarely. Only reason why I'm bringing up mediumship is because literally, um, I did two readings back to back that were based on mediumship abilities. The office of a medium, speaking to those on the other side. That'd be very difficult not to do. If I was trying to avoid that, I'm telling you, if I thought that was my bad, y'all, my bad, the battery, I'm back. My battery situation was awry. I'm back. My bad, y'all. But I did make it back. I said, I'm on. I mean, I could log out and do an hour and a half. You know, I do have a goal. So according to Social Blade, I need to work towards 500 videos, but I'm always spending hours upon hours of videos, and I don't take the time to chop them up or anything like that. Mm, okay. My goodness. My. A pleasure. Donald here. Okay. A pleasure. Mm. Very good. Of course, I was it's like you were coming through for the past 2 days, so I'm excited to read for you. I kept thinking, I was like, okay, how are things? And so I did a little prayer. I know that your workers are maybe going through it. So I'm sending bright light, and I'm saying, all of your projects are successes as always. I know that they are. You'll be hopefully we'll talk about those. Mm. Mhm, 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 mhm. Right. What I could sense is that, well, this at this time frame, it's really about your, like, you in the public eye. You're socially, you're really gonna truly gonna stand out, and everything, all the light is out. on the outside. And also this is a time where, your inner monologue is on the outside. Leo will push you to speak up. And Leo started, on the since the 10th is when it starts. And so here we are, this is the 13th. And this next 3 weeks, definitely is about being in action. It's about also putting your words into action. So all those internalized words is like, oh my gosh, why did I say that? How did I say that? It's because Leo is, it's like, no, let your little roar out. It's all about asserting oneself. It's that spirit of that lion coming through. So that's you know also what's going on. But the favorite part that's going on, of course, is a connection to other people, because this is where soul tribes are like very powerful, like very powerful personalities welcoming you into their sphere, their circle. Please come speak with us, come talk with us. It's also wonderful for family. The fifth house is the house we use to we want to read for children. So like our children, right? Family members, young people, is that's this house. And so Leo definitely has a lot of vibrations because of the fire sign, or that Leo vibration. Usually the fire signs, the youth love these energies, the wild, fiery, creative types. So definitely you're tapped in for sure. What's also beautiful about this time, like you deal with homes, you build homes, but this is a time where homes are a focus for people. They're becoming more, it's a lot to do with that autonomy. So it's like this is that the romantic idea of like someone who is wanting you to build a home, beautiful home on their property, for example. That's their way of having something that's for them, and they well how it affects how well, where this is going with you is that like you're back at hometown. You're close to family, only so many minutes away, centered, and working on your house. Okay, yep, it's beautiful time frame for these type of things. Hmm. Hmm. Healing, and it aligns with healing, because you get to connect with your um, with that root energy. You get to connect with the vine. And it feels good to do that, to finally have that, to say, okay, I'm now centered, I'm grounded, I'm where I want to be, I'm stationary. And then of course you're like, but it's time to get busy again. The world is hopping again, so you have to join the dance. That then you will, but you'll be dancing with people who you're like, oh yeah, aren't you my soul tribe? It's like, yes, we're part of your soul group. Yep, it's gonna be exciting. Mm, okay. I'm called to read his highest vibration. I think some like he's experiencing some breakthrough. There's some kind of a breakthrough that allows him to. They keep showing me like his spirit vehicle, like he's traveling. He's definitely a traveler now. Maybe feeling like very like like lucidity, lucid feeling. That usually happens when he's such in an intense journey that he's not maybe not quite grounded in himself yet. And sometimes he says, "Yeah, I have these crazy dreams that I'm flying over the town and stuff." So he may be having that going on. And Neptune is pretty powerful, and it actually what do you call it? It conjunct with Saturn recently. And guess what? Both of them were in retrograde, and right, and they had to break through from the whole. It was like they had to go from Pisces into Aries together. They entered into like that. Yep, and of course, most powerful are like the first 2 days after or in degrees in. So like they say, yeah, you mean on the cusp. And then the key to unlocking what in the world does all that mean? Like it means that old things we've been working on resurfacing once again into our world, but it's slow enough that we can see the details of things, do what he should be doing. I get that vibration, and then what's the key was that Mars what we brought it up was the Mars fiery energy, helping allowing him to unlock that door, let himself in, and so definitely here in the symbol he's transporting, like he just won't settle. He's trying to establish his home, like he's making a home right now, right as we speak. He's building. He's working on his home, and he's settled. He's trying to settle, but not settle in relationships. I mean, like he wants to create a castle. He wants to build his castle, build his fort, and say, "This is mine." He wants to say that, but he's had to travel for a time to assure that. And this is a sign of his new beginnings. He's in the spring of his life. This is like spring to him, and the beginnings of him, towards this new ultimate direction. He's growing. You might even say, in a lot of ways, he's growing even more as a person. Like, is he growing? Is he getting it? It's like he's growing in so many ways. Particularly, yeah, there is that superficial side that's also exciting for him. I think his financial growth is right beside it. hmm So he's like he wants to settle and create a safety space so that no one doesn't have him chasing his dreams anymore. Mm. Oh, okay. Right. hmm Right. Right now, like I believe that your heart and who you are, because you're a powerful leader, and that's what you do. You change people's lives. I think you'll always be ready to bring him in, to accept him. But I still, I am seeing that not right now. I don't see it that he needs to come by or like come to stay. Excuse me, to come to stay. It shows the mom and like you're taking all the cautionary procedures. You're promoting this wonderful, beautiful vibration. Like, hey, if you ever need, like, we're here for you. All of those things, and but mm, mm, mm. She may need to clear her energy because she seems that she can. But I think believe she's a sensitive. People who can touch the doorknob and like now they have everybody's energy on them. It's like I'm looking at her energy, and since you brought it up, and oh, by the way, she also has trouble intuitively because she sometimes like there's the wrong way, right way. She doesn't know if it's left is the right way or right is okay. And then these are times when she needs to go to the next level. But the moment in her walk, the moment that she transcend all of that, it's not so much she will like become like or she become more intuitive. It's just that she'll have to use that ability to sense the direction she needs to take. But once she's going, it will take off. But they said that energies that when energy or life is ready to take off, just like you described, something just like there's door, like everything just shuts down or shuts around her, and she it leaves without her. In other words, like it'll go forward, but she stays right where she's at. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm, right. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's see what's going on in this one. It seems to me that he is. It seems like he has put like like he's very stubborn now. Like it's just like finally the baton, um, the spirit stick is in his hands, and he's like, no, like he's pushing both of his feet, and like he's sitting in his recliner or chair. He's pushing his feet down to the floor and saying, no, I won't. Like he's being stubborn. No, I'm not going to do that. He's like he's finally naturally, I believe, standing in his side of the marriage. Like I don't agree with this. Well, it didn't work out in your favor, and can't you see it? Like he's like really, and like, and he also is really noticing like the difference in business. Like he's noticed that some things have shifted that are not favorable. Um, and he tried his best to be pleasant and do what you have to do. This is your deal, but he's gotten pulled into it. Naturally, they're connected. Finances are connected. Their name. So it's like he's reconsidering the way of, okay, I used to didn't say anything. I used to just would be quiet. I would not. I would say, well, I'm not a part of it. Why everybody's looking at me? But now he realizes that in his situation he cannot do that. So he's worried legally. He's also worried in his stability, and he's because of the way that work is flowing. He knows that his life purpose is to do what he does. Like and he knows that, and so he has to. He say yes. I can say no to, like, wife. This is not a good idea. Please don't do this to us. He can say that. He's getting to that point. Yeah. Right. I was thinking that you were going to tell me that Betty has walked away, distanced herself from Renee, and she has. Yep. hmm I don't want to play anymore, Renee. I don't want to play anymore. We're not winning. hmm hmm Wow. Yes. Okay. hmm 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 Okay. Got it. So what I could see in this space, in this realm, is that you Well, it says that Venus is very powerful. It represented through or being channeled through Libra, which is about the partnerships you're referring to, like bread and breakfast and the investor to step in. And but I believe that working with him does mean that he would be associated with the bread and breakfast. Like you would pull him in. I think that is your light pulling him in. But I do see a gentleman who is actually he looks like he's a chef himself, like he's ran a restaurant himself. He's or of sorts. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Absolutely. And the moment I saw him, I was like, "Oh my, look at him go! Like that's the guy. I would definitely would eat his food. He's good at what he does, and he was like very quickly showing me, like the different ways that he cooks, he grills, he knows meat, he knows all like how to do all of that stuff, saute everything in that area. And that he likes that idea of like you said, you have a bread and breakfast. He likes like grills and maybe a barn grill, something. He likes those sports restaurant. People can just come in out of like, kind of fall in, and they're getting this sort of meal, home cooked style, brick and baked type. He's really good in that. That's him. That's his vibe. And you could tell like, okay, being that he says that he's in the restaurant business and he's built a restaurant, I would say more like it. And you could tell, like, I look at you and I can definitely see chef. And so he is very friendly, dark hair, I do believe facial hair, and like the mustache bit. The guys also point out that he is not a tall guy. He's not a tall man, but he has but his charisma. It's very, what they call it, like very warm. He pulls people and makes me feel at home, like I'm welcome. He has a very welcoming energy about him, and he's an investor. Hmm. I get the sense that he's attracted to what you have going on. I have the feeling that he actually finds you, and he like, oh, can do you mind if we speak? And I think it's because he's seeing what you're doing. You're in motion, it's gaining traction, and he's like, wow, who runs this? And then he comes in, hi, I'm someone. Mm, I'm listening. Oh yes, I was so captivated by what he does. Okay, let's see. Let's go. I got my calendar here. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. So what I could see in this space is oh, here we go. The guide says, yes, it's definitely when you're going to be on some sort of project, and that's when. And then I don't know, I believe in the new year, but when? Please tell us when. Gosh, you're busy. You're in multiple roles, by the way. Okay, Jupiter here. They keep showing me like December, January. I'm trying to see, is it farther out? It feels like you're working, but a lot of it is like as you're approaching like you mentioned May. It's like the first 4 months, but that's pretty much placing you in Taurus. What they astrologically, it's gonna be Taurus though. Mm, mm, does. Okay. It's a yes. He does have a family. Oh, that's amazing. On site, wow, cottage. But he has a family. He's married, man. I would say mature, like in the 40s, late 40s. But he started so young, like I think in his 30s, like maybe 30s when it really took off. But he's like showing me like the 40s at the family, have their home, things like, well, it's images like that, business, take care of the restaurant, kind of type deal. Mm, mhm, mm, mm, mhm, mm, right. Oh, wow. Mhm, right. Right. One thing that's so powerful that connects you with her is definitely familia. It's a familiar vibration of like there's symbols here, sacred, and the symbols are sacred that you recognize, and it is very mystical. You're experiencing a very mystical experience. She's associated with it. You have aligned with her. She's definitely a soul tribe. She's part of the tribe. She's definitely going to journey. You allowing she to journey with you. She will. Of course, she's welcoming you. Like it's like you belong there. You fit there. You're supposed to be there. And she's and loving you and enjoying you. And there is connections to past life vibrations, associated with all this. It's very mystical because it's like in this time is like everything that's happening here was highly spiritual. So that time you may have been very spiritual, like maybe even in the medicine, quality. So like you just like understanding what things signs meant, because like the where you're at in this space is like when they say when we always say, oh, read the writing on the wall kind of thing. It's like, oh, there it is, there's the sign telling us, oh yes, you should be with this person, you should walk this way, you should go enter this door. It's like there is the sign, but if we don't know what we're to look for, we'll never know what we're supposed to do. So you're guided definitely to this space. Hmm. 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 Oh yes. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Yep. Right. Right. Mm. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I do see friendships being established. I do see some newer ones, but under a new reason, a new purpose, new friendships. I keep saying new sparks. I'm actually seeing stars, like people who are gravitating, like they're looking for something. They're searching, and then they will meet you, but as friends, but in a new way. I see that. Oh, there was a piece of information I don't want to forget. This associated with you as a patron at the location. That's the beautiful spa. They said that this was a realm of meditation. This was a time where that time in your life that you meditated, but also here you're able to manifest. So like anything that's dealing with manifesting, this is like the place to do it because you're completely activated, like at a spiritual soul level. Mm. 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 She's a good energy. I like her, for many reasons because she's a direct descendant spiritually in a lot of ways. So in a soul level with you specifically, she's like it's like you asking me to read your sister. And maybe I know not maybe not in this lifetime, but she has been your sister countless times in some way, and in this way it may be feeling like okay, spirit soul sisters, but still like, but even when you say friends, gosh, like what wouldn't you both do for each other? You probably have many connections like that. She's going to be one of the ones, but she's something different, significant in this area. So, like, the way that she is to, like, your husband, I think that, like, getting along with her really well and, like, just feeling like at peace with her and, wanting to be successful and make those connections and things like that. And she doesn't ask for um like what do you call it, like she doesn't frivolously ask for things, and she does ask, then you know what that means, like her house built on her property, so something. But it's something, it would be symbolic, so it would be so symbolic, you couldn't, like, you want us, specifically us, to do this because it connects us together. That's but also because yeah, you're perfect. You're excellent at building houses. But yes, that is the reason. It's because at a soul level that no, it has to be Renee because that's going to tie us. It's going to link us together. It's the bye bye here. Yes. Oh. Mhm. Right. So I get to say it's very soon. I believe it's gonna be very, very soon. This August seems like the best time to get started, but they're kind of leaning out to October. So like over the next month, September. I think that she's getting ready for October though. It's like September. There might be like correspondence, but specifically October seems to be more like like really like, hey, like trying to like be heard and maybe even want to see like when is there time, you might want to drop by and drop in. Yeah, it's all around October. Like specifically she seemed to be focusing on um like either early fall, like an early fall type situation. I see early fall energy. Hmm. Hmm. Oh my. Um, it feels very much okay. Completion elements here. Oh, oh wow. Okay. I get the sense that this was too. It was like it was like too real. It got too real, too fast. Yeah, she's not quite worked out her vision. Like that. Okay, so she's supposed to do this. She's been wanting to do this pitch. This is like her life, but like you said, there's some concerns there. Like if she's ready, um, I think she's struggling with her Saturn. She got the she got Neptune, without a shadow of doubt. She knows her dream, she knows her vision, but it's like somebody needs to tell her, follow your dreams. It's okay. You never know what's going to happen. Make the meeting. Yes, let go of her worries that it won't work. Hmm. How will you know if you don't try? She needed to pick me up. Mm. It may be a while, for her to figure some things out, because it's not like her to, because she's really very what they call it, like enlightened, like she's a visionary. They call her a visionary. She gets the visions, and then she gets creative, and then she can see it forming in her mind, but the slightest thing can distract her, and then she'll like let it kind of sit too long. And so she needed to like this time frame was the best time to meet. For example, I believe that she will circle back, but it's to me, psychically though, you're gonna have so much going on, and it may take her some time to come back. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, there it goes. That Neptune. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Okay. So, oh boy, here we go. This one's gonna be a good one. The guys say that it's a definite, full on. He means it. He is looking so forward to bringing, them and giving them an experience of a lifetime, type of deal. And it's, and meet an amazing person. You meet people and get kind of plugged in, get connected, get serious and inspired. He's looking for all of that experience. And he's also the more colorful, more public you make this venue, the more like he'd be the one, your main person on your page looking at it, if it was online. So or reading about it, this is him. And there's not much that's gonna block this from happening. Oh, and the reason why I said, oh boy, this is gonna be a good one. Spirit is saying that you are you're always meant you're always going to draw in groups, and especially groups like these, to like it's kind of good for you to do the venue if you can. If I know it's going to take a lot, but if you can do it, and if you do it, it will be absolutely successful, and that group, you'll make their lives. Hmm. Okay. I was reading when you were coming through the past few days. He's standing next to you. Mm, he told me, he's like, I'm still here. She knows I'm not leaving her side. It's like he's not distracted. He's not gonna allow family members like the dads. He's estranged from them. He's not going to allow that pull him away from you. It's just not going to happen. That it would be tumultuous if there's someone was like now demanding of his time, being that it's November. This is a very spiritual time for him, and he also would want this to be something nice, preparing for himself and you. I think that he would decline any such activities or interactions, or postponing. He'd postpone those meetings. I think that he's going to calm. He's gonna calm the waters. The if it's a tempest, he's gonna calm the storms before it even starts. He will calm them, the waters. Mm, right. Mm, 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 right. Mm, right. 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 Mm. The visual is he's standing to himself, kind of like when the lady, she's kind of like she's busybody, her hands are just multitasking, and he's just standing just enough far back, but he's can see he's got his eyes on you, and he's his body language, his frame is squared up towards you, and he's like, yeah, everything you said. It's not like a clingy, but you could tell that he is. I will brave it and say, watching you like a hawk. He's definitely watching you. He knows exactly where his wife is at. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Hmm. Oh yes. Mhm. Mhm. Right. So what I could pick up on in this sense is this. He is it feels like he's in a good space, like very like he seems to be associated to even like your awards. Like he's very much connected to your charisma. I think that you already like you want him over. He feels like he knows you. He absolutely trusts you. It's like a friend, who you're doing a business with, and who's doing work, building a house for you, for example, on your property. It feels very much like that from on his part, on his side, and he appreciates you. He feels like you can work together and achieve the goal. Like your visions, like you both are on, even though you're on different paths, you both are looking toward the same goal. He likes that. He also likes the idea that he can like leave it to you to do it. Like you just do it. Of course, it has insights, but pretty much he believes that you right. You'll take care of it. You'll take care of him. He feels protected as well. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, let's take a look. It's open this gates. The guides here says, I don't see necessarily friction. I see celebration. I do see celebration. You know what it feels like? It feels like like you're in one direction, they're in another, and what's being celebrated is the unifying, meeting in the middle. It feels like world life happens. You're doing one thing, they're doing their own thing, and so you kind of have like separate things going on. That means separate lives. But then it's like the moment you both now you everybody can sort of pursue this interesting connection, and it just works. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy I met you. I sense it's good. Only reason why it would have been incompatible or maybe some friction is because it's like life just would have come in between the both of everybody. Life just would have guided you to busyness, and life would have guided them to maybe other things. But now it's like you're able to be together this time. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, so let's see how he is. He's looking for a new world to live. He wants a complete change and a complete shift. He's definitely sounds like he's gonna get that. He wants them like you call it like arrive blindfolded. Okay, someone remove the blindfold and here I was like, oh wow, here we are, aren't we? Let's get started with our new ways and our new life. So he may be bringing some of his personality with him, but I believe that what he wants is just to like do something nice. Like I think he likes like run his business, for example. Like all I want to do, all I am is a businessman. All I want to do is just do what I know how to do and do it well. So he wasn't looking for a different climate. I think that you will get along well with you all as a newcomer, and how this plays out is that he's gonna have his like the interest to give to the community. Like he's gonna to provide and to service to communities, coming specifically to a place where it's safe and where it's fair to him. It's a new type of just environment, complete like the environment they say can shape us, in some way. But it's or how you react to it. It depends. So he's gotten out of that, and now he's reacting to this very new, and he's like, I'm gonna do my best. That's the vibe he gives. Mm. I think he's. I'm glad you. Okay, you wanted to go a little further. Like, okay, let's remove a layer. I think he's. I think he's moving away from getting out of Florida. I think he's like it's it's a little much for me. I wanting to kind of settle down, have a little bit more quiet, and people are hungry. I want to, not chaotic. I think his I think he attracted the chaotic. Not that everybody's there is chaotic. He just attracted. That's been his experience. There's a little rowdy. He's like, I'm trying to create this domestic, nice family restaurant. Maybe I should go to a place where that's where there's family and people who are like married, and they want to come and have a nice place to come and eat. Yeah, it's not a marriage that he's gotten away from. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, so got it. Oh my. Okay, so right, so what I can see in this one vibrationally is that, my gosh, she opening door. Okay, so it seems like she's had to like peel away layers. She's had some things that she's kind of been wrapped up in the empathic realm. It's like needing to be sort of like let loose. I do sense that she's meeting people who's giving her a chance, who I think who cares about her skills, her abilities, feeling appreciated. That's what I'm picking up on. The appreciation. I think that her visions or what to be appreciated for is now beginning to blossom. She's starting to now show, her abilities. I think people are recognizing those abilities, her skills, what they're saying, her skills. I'm looking at this. It says that she's concerned with structures. She's always looking for opportunity. She loves to meet up with people and talk. So she likes being social, but she likes to talk about things that are definitely like business related, like future coordinating. I think she's a coordinator by nature, like coordinating projects and coordinating groups, something around that. Hmm. Right. Yeah, see, so it's going to be difficult for her because okay, they use that she's wrapped up in this emotional energy that seems to keep her in in that space like you're describing. But you know, okay, so empathically, it looks like when they have those shows, and they walk into like a big house or a mansion, and all the furniture's covered up in sheets and stuff. That's what it. That's but it's right. But of course, empathically, everything looks like spider web. So she's like wrapped up in this energy, and that has to be delicately removed because we're human. Our egos are sensitive, and we bruise easy. So it has to be. So she's in a place where, like around people who care about her progress, and slowly she's been beginning to de-dress that covering of empathic energy that's keeping her in such a relation in those kinds of relationship. Like she's realizing how valuable the painting is now that it's uncovered. It's not just, oh well, I could tell it's a painting on the wall and it's covered up with this sheet over it. Then you take it down and clean it up a little bit and realize, oh look at it, it's gold trimmings or things like that. So she's realizing, like she's beginning to realize, but that's gonna be what gets her out of her situation. By the way, like when she begins to grow or blow up, and the guy's not ready for her. Like he still wants to kind of be in control and play out that you know type of relationship, and you're just thinking, please get out of that. When are you gonna get out of that? So she ends up growing further up, and then she's like, I can't. He keeps slipping away. Why? Is because her life is advancing. Hmm. Changing. Her life is changing. Something better for her in the future, for sure. When it will happen. Okay, so I see that she's going to be in a bit of a pickle upcoming year. and it's between two men. And one of the men is right. It's okay. So there's a one, and these both these are considered kings, but I mean, like long term situations. One, that's the thing about her. She looks for these long term relationships, despite of what she's going through. But the guy that she's currently with, right, it has this strong emotional hold on her. But a new guy to come in is gonna be like he's gonna be that fire, that vibration in her life that's gonna be like, wow, this guy, he is so like amazing. Like the way that he talks to her, the way he does with her, for her, wanting to always talk and communicate with her. That's going to happen, but I do believe it's going to happen in to me it looks like this is the new year, but when it happens it's going to be like taking off, top of the year, January, turn of the year, exactly turn of the year. It's going to happen. That's when they meet, actually, when they meet in person. First of all, we minute okay, so he's in a very assertive, like strong personality, and but he has a charm that she likes. I think she, of course, she thinks she has that bad boy now. This one, he's a different type. He's just like a fire vibration and passionate, and she's gonna meet that guy, and he's a very much of like he's not predictable as her current guy. Her current guy is like she knows what he's gonna do, knows what he's gonna say. It gives her some sense of security. This guy she can't pinpoint. She won't know like why does he cause her heart to beat like that. And yeah, and when but he gonna meet her and he is going to speak with her. I mean, like this guy, he could speak with her and he could literally say, I will speak to you later. And I mean, when he leaves out the door, she's like, where did he go? And he is like everything he said, that's what he meant. Like he is not a standstill type of guy. He's not a waiter, he's not gonna wait for her to figure it all out. And she realizes like this guy means like he wants to take her out on a date. He's asking, like I'm asking if you like to go out sometime, and she agrees, and she does tell him his circumstance, and tell him her circumstance about this other guy and what she's going through. She opens up to him and he's listening, and he said, well, you're not going to get that any of that from me, because I believe in you should be having a good time. You should enjoy the person you're with. Like he's going to really get her to feel good about being with him as his partner, and she was going to take him up on it. Yep. Hmm. Right. I get the sense that he's going to have to, like you described, grow and be not so like very much like he's very much emotionally connected, or even maybe relying on her so much, and that's what they describe as the hold. And then with that being disconnected, he realizing that like was it me, was it really me that was making this happen like that, and then trying it over, like being more stable, more stern, more strong, someone who the next lady can lean toward, like, look, she can rely, he's dependable and reliable, for example, as this one has been this, but he's gonna have to figure out a way to be that way for his next partner, is what I see, the way they describe. Mhm. Right. Okay. Right. So what I get the sense of in terms of like when his come in, it's gonna take him a few months for him to sort of understand what's going on. He's being, she's walking away from him, and this may mean that they are over. They make it. Everybody's making it abundantly clear. I feel like in the month of May, I see like 3 months, but it's like month of May, energetically around him. I think that he's gonna kind of be, yeah, that he's that's showing her her energy. It's like February month. Then it talks about some July vibrations even for her. Okay, but we need his. What about his time frame? The guides are saying that the light is just like the life is available. They keep showing me this like February vibration. I believe it's February, March, May. Then he's like, okay, he has to find a date. He has to get out there. He has to start now dating, seeing other women. Yeah, I think he's gonna, like you're anticipating, he's gonna be thinking about her, wanting to talk, but then there's another lady who shows up, who he begins to date. He begins to let go. It is going to take him a while. May month. Hmm. I do get the sense that she is a long term. He's got to realize that the new lady is not her. That because you might even find unnaturally, well, why do because they seem so similar, but they're not, but they seem very much seem like they're similar. And by the way, the new lady, I believe, is going to be very different. I'm seeing have the financial affairs in order. He's in his at this time he's in his strongest vibration. She has some things going on for her, and they're able to actually make a really nice team. As uh, as his ex, we want to refer to as the ex, will be very busy and doing things energetically. With of course with her new gentleman, but also in life, like a lot of busy things, like work, career related. Mm. Mm. He's always. It seems like he's always gonna be wanting to be the boss. Like he likes to be the boss, and so it makes it very difficult for family members to come in. 'Cause he doesn't. He's like, I don't want to. Don't tell me anything. Like it'd be very difficult. He won't get along with them, especially the siblings. He's like, finally, you can't tell me what to do. They gave him, oh my gosh, they showed me visions of him, younger, and he was like that young one, who said, don't tell me what to do. Like, do what I want. They just weren't able to really push him around. There was the power dynamic was actually maybe in reverse, like he told them what to do. Or he wanted to. A pleasure. Yes. Okay. Yes. Wow. I'm always I believe, on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, is what you can see. But I try to come on throughout the day as well. I'm trying this new thing where I come in earlier, much earlier in the morning, to like starting from like crack of dawn, actually. Crack of dawn, which is about like 6 a.m. to 3 at least 3 p.m. at least, throughout the week, so that anyone might need me. Okay. 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 A pleasure. Big hugs. Will do. Indeed. Woo! We did it. We did it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh, sorry. Okay. Where are we now? Everybody, how far are we? Are we good? We got to keep building this. Okay, we've got um 30 more minutes. You think we can ride it out? Oh, y'all are party poopers. Y'all don't want to ride this out with me? Why not? Get back in here and ride this out with me. Y'all trying to run away for him. Yeah, that's one of my fun ones. I love reading for her. She's such a good spirit. Yeah, I got her winning awards. She's gone supernatural viral. You know, she's with her twin flame, and they do business in the same business together. They run their business together. She's in connecting with her soul tribe. Yeah, beautiful couple. I love reading for her. Yeah, you will know her. Yeah, she will probably build your house. She's award winning, you know. Why do all my clients go viral? All my clients have gone viral. The men are viral. They're international. The men are. The ladies are going viral. They're like, you're right. I wonder if that, well, I'm getting a little piece of it. I'm getting a little piece. Y'all are still hanging out with me. Okay, so I did well today. I made it. Can you believe it? If I would have, could you believe I almost talked myself out? Somebody tried to get me to talk myself of getting off the everything um, early. If I would have, I would have missed that important call. I would have missed her if I would have tuckered out. So close. You guys, your intuition cannot be trusted. You're like, get off of there, take a break, log out. If I would have missed that important client. That's a regular. Mm-mm-mm. I am not listening to you guys' intuition for a while. Not until I see some improvement.